Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real world experience in high stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and now increasingly online. Before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue, do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised. What's up, everybody? Oh, hold on. There we go. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday night and has had a great weekend so far. We definitely have a lot to talk about tonight. I think it's going to be very interesting. Hold on, let me get the. There we go. But I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to break down all the campaign finance reports from Walker County Sheriff Nick Smith's current campaign, well, and some of the past campaigns of his. You're going to find out exactly every single person that's put their money into his campaign, especially this current campaign. Now, I understand there's probably quite a few that put money into his first campaign and was completely misled and did not have a clue what was going on. As I've said before, I myself was speaking up for him when he first ran in 2018 because I thought he would be a change that Walker County needed. Obviously, I was completely wrong. And increase the volume. I think it's about as loud as it can go. Is everybody having an issue hearing it? It must be something on your end, Lisa. Everybody else says theirs is good. But yeah, but this current campaign, nobody has that excuse. If you're still fooled, you've got issues. So we're going to talk about all of that, and once we get finished with that, we're going to go into the ramp, which is a cult disguised as a ministry that operates out of Hamilton, Alabama, which is a small town in northwest Alabama. And their leader, Karen Wheaton, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. I know there's more lawsuits that have either been filed on her or are probably coming, but we got some stuff to talk about on that as well. And I will try my best to keep up with all the comments in the chat and answer as many questions as I possibly can. Just be mindful that I'm on 3 separate, actually I need to put that up, platforms, so I may miss some. So if I don't answer your question, I'm not ignoring you. I seen you with Chris Henson. Yeah, I hope you like that podcast. It was an awesome experience. We have some more in the plan for the future as well. I'm looking forward to those. Yeah, and we also have actually one thing I want to talk about pretty quickly at before we get started into the Walker County stuff is if you've not had a chance to see the short video podcast that I just put out 3 or 4 hours ago today, once the live is over or tomorrow, make sure you go check that out. And you can find that on all my platforms. And if you are new, if you're not currently following me, I would really appreciate that. And you can find me on all the platforms under Agent D Baker, except for Facebook, and it's just my full name, Derek, Derek Baker. But everything else is Agent D Baker. You can find my full podcast on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, and Rumble. So make sure you go check those out. But this short one I put out today is in regards to a post that I saw this morning from a current candidate for Senate for the state of Alabama. And now I've already been vocally speaking out and speaking up for Jared Hudson, which is one of the current candidates, and that is who has my vote. And I have literally staked my own reputation on him. That's how much confidence I have in him. I know who he really is. He is exactly who he says he is. There's no false mask there. There's nothing like that. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to believe because you're like, no, nobody's like that in politics. Well, he's not a politician. But I'm telling you, and he's not one that is going to get up there and be influenced or changed. And again, I stake my own reputation on that. But anyway, and I don't get paid by him or anything like that. This is all just me. He is the best by far for the state of Alabama. And nobody will convince me otherwise. But I saw this post this morning by another current candidate, which I had literally not even heard of. I'd not even heard his name before. So, I mean, obviously he's not going to win, but I want to make everyone aware of who he is and what he is about, and it's not good. So I come across this post, and it is a hit piece against Jared Hudson and it's directly, I mean, it was posted by this doctor. I can't even remember his name now. What was his name? Something Dees. And that's not a joke. That's really his name. Dr. Dees. Dale Dees. Dr. Dale Dees. And that's Deas. And he made this long post. He had been on a podcast as a guest at some point in the last week or something. And all he talked about in that entire podcast was how horrible of a person Jared Hudson is. He didn't talk about any of his plans or what he's planning on doing. Now, since I put that out, because that video was one of those that I saw that and it pissed me off so much and it fired me up so much, I had to put something out on it right then. That's funny. Somebody on YouTube said you should do one on Jamal Brown, the candidate for governor. We've discussed Jamal quite a bit. Every time we needed a good laugh, we have discussed him. But this Dr. Dees, so like I said, it was one of those, I was so pissed, I had to put something out then. And I sat down and I put the video out. Now, since I've researched him some and had some people message me with some information, and I did find out the reason he is no longer a practicing doctor is because he was fired. And this is not speculation. It's not allegation. Like, it's a known fact. The stuff's out there. So it's not, I had people tell me he was fired. I mean, he was legit. He himself has put it out there that he was fired from, I believe, Emory Hospital in Atlanta. Emory University, Emory Healthcare. Now, he claims he was fired because he was a whistleblower. I find that hard to believe. He may be telling the truth on that. He has sued them, but it's gotten nowhere so far. But it seems to me like if that were true, he would have easily went somewhere else and kept being a doctor. You go through a lot of school. You spend 10 years to become a doctor, and he'd been a doctor for, I don't know, maybe 8 years, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around in there. And then he quits being a doctor altogether. No, I don't buy that. Now, if he was running some huge company or something, to say, well, that makes sense. He is, as of right now, he is not employed. He was fired in April of 2025, and he then decided to run for senator of Alabama because he's originally from Alabama. And I believe he went to med school in Alabama. So it definitely appears he has nothing else he can do, and he thought, I'll run for senator. So anyway, he puts out this hit piece that Jared Hudson is a horrible person because he goes after child predators. Now, obviously, that's not exactly what he said, so I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm saying he said that. That's paraphrasing, obviously. So he has a big problem with, and this is his own words, and you can look up his post. He has blocked me. Seriously. I commented on his post about, why are you taking up why do you have such a big problem with child predators being arrested? And he immediately blocked me. That was today. He didn't answer to quit nothing. He just blocked me. So anyway, but you can find the post. He says that the way law enforcement and specifically the way Jared Hudson, because if you don't know, Jared Hudson is a former Navy SEAL and literally a war hero. And since he got out of the military, he has been in law enforcement, he's local law enforcement attached to a federal task force, and he has been Homeland Security Task Force, and he has been, his job, part of that task force, is to track down and put in prison child predators. That's what he does every day. He also has a nonprofit that does the same thing. So, I mean, this guy, Jared, his entire life is dedicated to catching child predators. That's who we need in D.C. And I don't understand anyone that disagrees with that. Everybody is griping about Epstein files and that there's not enough being done. And okay, why not put someone that would do something about all of it? Because it's literally his life's work. He has dedicated his life to it. Why would we not put him in D.C.? And I'm telling you, he is not the kind that's going to be influenced or changed like a previous Navy SEAL that was voted in that, thank God, we just got voted out. And if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. He ended up being a POS. Tons of insider trading. Anyway, I don't know why we wouldn't put Jared Hudson in D.C. No one's going to threaten him. No one's going to, again, influence him. That's not going to happen. He is who he is, and he's going to go up there and keep doing what he's doing and call out child predators and advocate for them, advocate for the victims of those child predators. So back to, I know I'm kind of all around, back to this post that Dr. Dees made. he has a problem with the way law enforcement agencies, and as I said, Jared Hudson and his nonprofit conduct these sting operations against child predators. Now, let me say, and someone brought up Chris Hansen earlier, the way they do it is exactly like Chris Hansen does his operations with law enforcement. If you've ever seen To Catch a Predator, now he has a new show. If you are not familiar, by the way, because I see a bunch of people posting at times, why did that show go off air? Why is Catch a Predator not still a show? It is. It's on his network, True Blue Network. Chris Hansen has his own network, True Blue Network. Get on there, and there's a current season just released, and it's called Have a Seat with Chris Hansen. So same exact thing. But anyway, they do it the same way he does on his shows with law enforcement. They have an undercover law enforcement officer pretend to be a minor online on different sites, and they make it very clear to the predators at some point in the conversation, hey, I'm only 14, or I'm 13, or I'm 12, or I'm 15, whatever. They make it very clear. And then they have to make sure the predator states he understands that. And then, after all that, they get them to actually travel to a location where they think they're going to meet the minor. And then they're arrested. Dr. Dees is against that. He says it's entrapment. And again, you can go look at his post yourself. You can go on his campaign website, Dr. Dale Dees or Dr. Dees, whatever it is, and look at it. He says it's entrapment. Now, also, keep in mind, he's not a lawyer, he's a doctor. But the fact that he has a problem with that is very, very troubling to me. He is literally the last person we need in D.C. The fact that that's what he woke up one day and said, you know what, I can attack Jared Hudson on this. That's worrisome. But that's his problem. He says it's entrapment and that we're violating these people's rights because he's got two issues with it. One, because he says it's actually adults, not actual children. I'm not making this up. He says it's entrapment because it's not actual children that these people are talking to. It's adults pretending to be children. So I guess he thinks we should hire literal minors to do this work. Like that's the freaking ridiculous. No, that's not the way they do it, nor would they. I'm not going to put a minor in danger while we're trying to catch child predators. That's ignorant. But that's one thing he has a problem with, and then the other, because a lot of some of the sites that they use, that the undercovers use, are websites that say you have to be 19 to be on this website. Like that's part of the agreement. So he says, since it says that, then you shouldn't be able to go and pretend to be a child on there, because these people, when they first get on, these child predators, when they first get on there and start talking to this person, well, they think they're an adult. Okay, let's say that's true. Again, at some point early in the conversation, I know how this works. I've been on some of these operations. At some point early in these discussions and these messages with this predator, they plainly and clearly tell them, hey, I'm 12, I'm 13, I'm 14. And then again, the predator has to acknowledge that they heard them say that they fully aware of that. Now, if you're a normal person and you're just out looking for those kind of talks or whatever, and you're talking to who you think is an adult, and then they tell you, hey, actually, I'm not really an adult, I'm 14. What's a normal person going to do that's not a child predator? They're going to immediately stop all conversation. They're going to delete whatever. Unfollow the person. Again, I don't know what sites they're all on or how they operate, but they're going to cut that conversation off. I think everyone would agree with that. If you don't, I have questions for you. If you continue the conversation after that, especially very, very vulgar conversations with what you now think is a minor, you're a child predator. You're a child predator. Well, Dr. Dees has a problem with that. And he says it's entrapment because at first they thought, and one of his arguments is minors aren't allowed to be on these sites, so they're not. Yeah, because a minor would never get on something that says, hey, you must be 19 to enter. Click this button if you're 19. Yeah, minors would never do that. Never. Obviously, that happens every single day. Minors are going to do that. That's going to happen. What we have to do is stop the predators from being on the other end of those lines that then have these conversations with the minors and then meet up with them and do these horrible, horrible things to them. So, anyway, that is his problem, and the fact that he even was confident and comfortable enough to put that out publicly says a lot about him. Like that he is comfortable even saying those things out loud. It blows my mind. But again, don't take my word for it. Go read the post. But I wanted to bring that up because it blew my mind. It pissed me off. And the more I thought about it, the more pissed off I got. And now that I know this guy's background, it makes even more sense. So anyway, vote. If you're a citizen of Alabama, vote for Jared Hudson for United States Senator. And if he goes up there and becomes a Dan Crenshaw, I will stop what I'm doing. I will quit this. Everybody heard that. And I mean that. That's not going to happen. And I know that. Tell your friends and family, everybody you know, to vote for Jared Hudson. We don't need another career politician in there. So, anyway, all right. Let's get back to our original topic of the night, or first topic of the night. So, like I said, we're going to lay out the full record along with everything that has happened inside the Walker County Sheriff's Office since Nick Smith took office. And this is not an opinion. Anything that I state is an opinion, I will make sure I'm very clear on that. So if I don't state it's an opinion, then it's fact and we have receipts. This is going to be a documented timeline of federal indictments, state charges, uncertified deputies in your schools, and the money flowing into his campaign from some of the counties, I guess you could call them most powerful interest, well, and some people out of county. So let's start from the beginning. When Nick Smith became sheriff, residents expected leadership and accountability. But instead, under his watch, the Walker County Sheriff's Office has literally been part of the largest federal corruption case for agency in what I can find so far in the country's history of law enforcement. I have searched and researched, and I cannot find an agency, a law enforcement agency that is as big as the Walker County Sheriff's Office or bigger that has had over 30% of their entire agency federally indicted within a year. This is literally unprecedented. "30 people tied to the sheriff's office or jail have been charged with federal or state crimes. 26 employees or contractors have been federally indicted or taken federal plea deals on charges including deprivations of rights, conspiracy against rights, obstruction of justice, falsifying reports, witness tampering." And then 4 high-level officials within the office: Sheriff Nick Smith himself, his Chief Deputy Ralph Williams, Director of Operations Nick Key, and Investigator Corey Franks, face state charges for employing uncertified deputies, including school resource officers, lying to APOS, which is the Alabama Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, harassment, and felony ethics violations. Nick Key was charged with misdemeanor harassment. Corey Franks was indicted on 2 counts of use of office for personal gain, using his position as mayor of Oakman to let his daughter drive a town-owned BMW all the time, like we're not talking about one time, and benefiting from a town check. Now, the APOS violations are especially alarming. Alabama law is crystal clear. Deputies, jailers, and school resource officers must be fully certified. Again, that is a law. It's not a recommendation. They get a maximum 180-day provisional period. So from the time they are hired, they have 180 days to get to start an academy class. Smith and his leadership are accused of knowingly putting uncertified people in uniform with firearms and badges in the schools, jail, and patrol. 6 specific cases: Danny Alexander, Jeffrey Sparks, Sam Bennett, Gregory Harrison as SROs, Justin Kelly as a jailer, and Andrew Neves McDonald, a deputy whose out-of-state certification was, I say suspended, but it was pulled fully for misconduct in Arizona. So Andrew Neves McDonald was a police officer in Arizona, and during a traffic stop, pulled his weapon out and literally put it to the head of the driver of the vehicle that he stopped for a minor traffic violation. Now, I have not seen the camera footage, but according to Arizona's Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, there's video, and it was so bad they immediately pulled all of his law enforcement certifications and said he will never be allowed to be a police officer in Arizona again. So what does he do? He up and moves to Walker County, Alabama, and Nick Smith immediately hires him. He still hired him. And this is the same office that faced massive federal scrutiny, which is most of the federal indictments we've been talking about, over inmate Tony Mitchell, which began in January 2023. So all that's going on. There's federal indictments flying around everywhere. 30% of Nick Smith's office is getting federally indicted, and he hires Neves McDonald, knowing what happened in Arizona and knowing that a Post already told Nick Smith and Ralph Williams that they would never certify Andrew Neves McDonald in the state of Alabama, that he would never be a law enforcement officer. Now, all while this all was unfolding, Nick Smith has definitely continued running for re-election. That hasn't stopped. In fact, if you watch Nick Smith, if you follow his social media pages, you would think nothing's going on there. Nothing. But he hasn't stopped campaigning. And his campaign is funded heavily by local power players, if you will. Now, we have reviewed every available campaign finance report from his 2017 run through the current 2026 cycle. And here's some things that really stand out. Top donors across all campaigns total well over $150,000 raised. John Drummond of the Drummond Company, one of Walker County's largest coal and I think they do land development families, has given over $11,000. The Drummond family's business interests have shaped that county for a long time. Other major and recurring donors include Mike Owens and Chris Owens, multiple large donations, Ricky Wade, Bishop Farms LLC, Jimmy Myers, John Bruce, Glendora, Paul Jean, Free State Boat Docks, Walker Recycling, Pinnacle Bank, and Alabama Realtors. Now, let me say something about the businesses. I understand some businesses donate a little bit to all the candidates. So they're not favoring one, they just donate to all the, because that way whoever wins, they can say they donated to them. That is very common. I have not cross-checked any of these with the other candidates as far as specifics yet. We're going to, but I just want to make that clear. So all the businesses that we are mentioning, it is possible that they may be donating to some of the other candidates. So I just want you to keep that in mind. Now, the ones donating 10, 15,000, yeah, they're probably not donating that to other candidates. But on the spending side, the vast majority of itemized expenditures go to advertising and billboards. Lamar Huntington, outdoor advertising, Avid Signs in Jasper, Facebook ads, and polling firms in Coleman, and some local media. Now, in this final push before the May 19th primary, he burned through tens of thousands in a matter of weeks, which has dropped his cash on hand dramatically. I mean, he has given everything he has to these last week or two. Now, self-in-kind contributions, which are from Smith himself, also appear pretty regular for administrative and advertising cost. Walker County has a decades-long reputation for corruption. That's no secret. Unsolved cases, lives lost, missing persons, and distrust in law enforcement. But under Nick Smith, and by the way, we're going to get back to these specific donors and all that stuff in a minute. I just want someone that's not fully up to date on everything. I want them to be able to get the full picture. But yes, we're talking about a long reputation of corruption in that county. I understand that. But under Nick Smith, contrary to what he tries to say and some of his minions, that pattern has accelerated crazily. Uncertified officers in schools, all the jail problems, and not just with unalivings, but the amount of lawsuits that county has paid out since Nick Smith has been in office is astronomical. And now dozens of criminal cases against his own staff and himself. Because like I said, he faces 6 misdemeanor counts for the uncertified hiring alone. A-Post has moved to revoke his certifications. So to pull his A-Post certification, they have not done it yet, but they have already stated that they are going to do that for him and Ralph Williams as chief deputy. And he calls all this political. This is all just political. It's hard to say that when there's actually criminal cases attached to this and that you're actually getting criminally charged. But he still stands by that. This is all political. Let me ask you this. What do I have at stake politically against Nick Smith? Not a damn thing. I gain nothing from him not being sheriff or being sheriff. I don't live in that county. I have nothing involved with Walker County. So if it's political, why am I one of the biggest that's going after him? Doesn't make sense. But like I said, it's not political. The federal pleas and state indictments tell a different story. Now, voters were told 1 week before the May 19th Republican primary that Smith is either extremely incompetent or complicit. Either way, the record shows he is not fit to continue as sheriff. Walker County deserves better. There are a lot of great people that live in that county, and they deserve better. And that is who I'm speaking up for. That's why I'm doing this, because I've had personal conversations with so many of them that are begging for help. Still daily, I get those messages. So if you were not fully up to date with all that's going on there, then you should be now. And the reason I wanted to put all of that out at first, because I do still see comments, and I get some people on live sometimes that say, well, I haven't heard about any of that. I haven't heard about this or that, because they've only been following Nick Smith. And again, if you only follow him, you would think, he literally says he is doing a great job. He literally says that since he has been in office, that the sheriff's office is the best it's ever been, and that the county is the safest it's ever been. He says this stuff. We call that gaslighting, and he's good at it. All right, so now we're going to get back in. I'll catch up on some comments, and then we're going to go into the details of the campaign contributions, and then go from there. earlier you talked about Hudson. These posted CRG only has 2 convictions. Can you confirm or deny? That is not true. And I make sure you go watch the video I put out on it today. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He claims, and we're going to get back to what we're talking about, but I want to address this. So Dr. Dees claims that there's only been 2 convictions out of 800 or 900 arrests by Jared Hudson's nonprofit group. That's so far off. Like, when I saw that, I immediately knew there's no way that's true. But that's what he says. His receipts for that, his proof of that, is because that's all that's on, that he says, and I'm not verified Alicourt, that he says is on Alicourt. Now, Alicourt is the state of Alabama's electronic court filings. It's where you can go and you can see anyone that's been arrested on state charges, indicted on state charges, convicted. You can see all of that. Well, on Alicourt, for a lot of these cases, you're only going to see the arrest because a lot of them go through the federal system. And I legit think that Dees is so ignorant of how this stuff works. He doesn't understand that. And he obviously doesn't have a smart team either. For them to so confidently put out there's only been 2 convictions when that is the furthest from the truth. So if that's all he says he can find in Alicourt, okay, I highly doubt that's true. But again, I'm not verified that. Maybe. But again, let's give him the benefit of a doubt and say that is all that's in Alicourt. Okay, that does not mean the rest of them were not indicted and not convicted, because a large percentage of them, he works on a federal task force. I've worked on a task force for years. I know how this works. When we originally charged them, we charged them with a state case, meaning we charged them with the Alabama State Code law. Then we get the whole packet together, the entire investigation, everything, and we give that to an assistant U.S. attorney. And they look over it, and if they're confident in the case, then they take it and it goes through the federal system, through the federal courts, because we want them federally indicted and federally convicted, because they're going to do a lot more time. So even though they're all going to be originally charged with state charges, that's the way it works. But then after that, everything's going to go through the federal system. And no federal stuff is going to show up in Alicourt. So again, that's such an ignorant comment he made. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to address that right quick. But let's get back to what we're talking about. So let me catch up on some more comments. And team, if y'all see good questions or something, make sure you pin them. That's very helpful for me. The Coleman Daily contribution kicked him in the teeth. Yeah, that's funny. Tommy Tubby is the next downfall of this great state. Tubbert rule is going to be 30,000 times better than what we currently have. The poor woman can't even speak. I don't know if y'all saw her video she just put out like yesterday, but it's sad. It's an embarrassment. I'm talking about Alabama Governor Kay Ivey. It's embarrassing that she can barely speak. Nobody can prove Trump is that because there's literally no proof of that. They just something people like to say. It's not an allegation you should throw around unless you know there's proof. He can deliver strollers if he doesn't win. They transferred who? Cody? I don't know that, and I'm not a Steve Marshall fan, but I don't know of any that I know of. He and Nick are not buddies. I don't think that at all. The Attorney General's office is who has come in and done some of the other investigations, taken over them, and actually made something happen with them. Oh yeah, Nas. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about the ramp once we get through this. So, why haven't the Fed stepped in to remove Nick Smith? They don't have the authority or power to remove him. They do have the obviously the authority and power to indict him, which I am. I can't tell you how confident I am that there's a federal indictment going to be coming on Nick Smith. I mean, I would bet a lot that's going to happen. I think the reason it hasn't, if it hasn't, keep in mind, it's always possible there is one and it's just been sealed for now. There are a few sealed indictments that nobody knows whose they are involved with this case. Now, I'm not saying for a fact that one of those is Nick Smith's, but I'm saying it is possible. But I'm very confident it's going to come at some point. Cody, I hope you're joking. I've just spent the last little hour of going over all of that. You have to go back and watch the replay, man. But yeah, I think why who won't mention Mitchell's case, Rebecca? But yeah, I think there's a federal indictment coming on him. Getting I think they're just continuing to build the case on him. That's what they do. And they're going to go through all of these other indictments and see what information that they can get on Smith. And then after all of that, they'll probably pounce on him. But I do think it's coming. Now, it may be for something. I'm not saying how confident I am that it'll be for something serious, but I do think it's coming. Thank you, Francis. He's delivered a bunch of strollers over the years. I mean, all these you can look and all these people are almost just alike. They're very very narcissist. I mean, extreme narcissist. And they another thing you'll see in a lot of these government corruption cases with people like Smith that just will gaslight. They will never, ever admit fault for anything. Like, go on his, and again, don't take my word for this. Go on his social media pages and find me one where he has ever taken accountability for anything or responsibility. Go find one. I beg you to go find one time this man has ever said, you know what, I was wrong. It has never happened. So the people who support him truly think, obviously, that he has never done anything wrong? But that's ridiculous. We all make mistakes. We all make big mistakes at times. And someone that in their mind has never done wrong, you better watch out for them. Trust me. If they never admit they've done anything, they never take accountability for anything, and never accept responsibility for anything, you better watch them. And I don't care who it is. But he has never done that. He is, like I've called him, the world's best at coming up with an excuse. That guy can throw an excuse out without even having to think about it, no matter what it is. He is the world's best at an excuse. He takes accountability for painting the jail. That's funny. That's true. He does accept responsibility and take accountability for painting the jail. That's his big, and that may sound funny to some of you that don't know about all of this. That's literally one of his biggest claims that he has changed. That every speech he does, every time he talks, we painted the jail like it's some major thing that they did. And I'm not joking. That's seriously how he treats it. Yeah, he claims he has never watched the video of what happened to Tony Mitchell. First off, I don't believe that. Second, all right, let's say that is true. He is the worst leader in the history of leaders. Something like that serious goes on in your jail that you're responsible for, and you never even watch the videos? Then how are you going to make things better? How are you going to hold people accountable? You can't. No sheriff in their right mind would not watch that video immediately. They would spend hours and hours a day going through every single scene, putting it in slow motion, going rewind. I mean, the jail is your responsibility as a sheriff. So when someone is literally tortured for 2 weeks and then frozen to death, you're going to watch the video, or you should, to find out, who do I need to get rid of? How can I fix this to where it never happens again? Well, if you don't watch the video, you can't fix it because you don't know what happened in the first place. That's what he claims. All right, so like I said, we've gone through all these campaign reports, the finance reports, and we've added them up. So I'm going to tell you a name, and then I'll tell you how much to date that they have donated. And this is just for this election cycle. Again, right now, I'm not talking about anything that happened between 2017 and 2022. Because, again, I know some of those people were fooled. So all of this is just from this election cycle. Mike Owens has donated $9,500, so $9,500. Ricky Wade has donated $7,500. 500. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if that's right. I think it's more. Let me pull up this. Let me make sure we didn't miss something here. I just remember seeing his name a lot with some, what I was thinking was some large contributions. So let me make sure. Where are. I may be getting him mixed up with somebody else, but let me make sure. Mike Owens. Okay, there's 2,000. Okay, that is right. It was every time he donated, it was 2,000, and so I was just thinking it was more, but I think that's right. There's 5,000. No. 7. All right. Yeah, I think that's right. So Mike Owens, 9,500. Again, multiple large donations across months. Then Ricky Wade, $7,500, and all of his are donations with at least 1,000 at a time. Jimmy Smith is $3,200. Now here's an interesting one. John Jackson Jr. So if you're not familiar with who that is the deputy that took the young man's life needlessly, that was going through a mental episode that I've done a full podcast on and broke down the video footage, and then he's also the same one that was startled by a literal pet goat. He was at these people's house. They had a pet goat, and it apparently walked up behind him, and he turned around and took its life. Major issues with this guy. But, and it's possible, and we're trying to find, so we are looking. It is possible that maybe he owns a business or something on the side. But keep in mind, these deputies make between $15 and $17 an hour. They do not make much money. And JJ has donated $1,200 so far in the past 4 months. Which again, yeah, that's not a lot of money. But if you're making $17 an hour, that's a lot of money. I just found that a little strange. Margaret Phillips, $1,100. Chris Owens, one single large donation of $5,000. And I don't know, and we're still putting all this together. I don't know if he's any relation to Mike Owens. If somebody knows, you can throw it out there. Walker Recycling, $2,500. Free State Boat Docks, $4,000. John Drummond, $5,000, one single large donation. Hold on, I know this is not right. What did we do? Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. I'm going to have to add this woman's up because I know hers is a lot more than 5,000, but it's Nina, and I don't have a clue how to pronounce her last name, Soiliu, S-O-I, pretty sure that's not how you pronounce it, Soileau, Nina. We've got 5,000 here, but she's donated a lot, so I'll have to go back through in a minute. Ron Brown, $3,000. John Willis, $2,500. Pinnacle Bank, $2,000. Robinson Contracting, $1,000. Sammy Step, $1,000. Then there's quite a few smaller ones, like people that's donated under 1,000, and I don't see a need in really calling all these out. See, Jake's Recovery, $750. Harriet Bishop, $500. John Frank, $200. Matthew McCann, $500. Nick Cervellis, $700. Paul Jean, $300. Ray Tidwell, $200. Terry Owens, $2,000. And Tony O'Brien, $500. But again, keep in mind, some of them, with those small donations, it's possible they've donated to all the candidates. Let me check something. Somebody just texted me and said, "Aren't you going live tonight?" Yeah, I'm live. Apparently, they're not on here. You are on here. Maybe the text just went through. I don't know. Anyway. Now we'll run through, and we're going to go back into some of those, but we're going to run through the major expenditures. And got analytics and polling, which is out of Coleman, Alabama. And the campaign has paid them $14,390. Lamar Billboards, $6,000. Outdoor advertising out of Cordell, Georgia, $2,300. Multiple Facebook ones. Yeah, he's eating up Facebook too. He's paying a crap ton in Facebook ads. Daily Mountain Eagle, $306. Oh, that's just a month. That's okay. That was just for the month of April. Then in February, Lamar Billboards, 4,000. Huntington Billboards, 2,600. Quality Graphics, 600. And then multiple Facebook. January, Quality Graphics, 1,100. Huntington Billboards, 1,500. I don't know who's running his campaign, but they don't know what they're doing. And I've said that so many times, it's crazy, but I've seen the studies on billboards. It's crazy to put that much money in billboards. They're not, there's the ROI in a billboard for a political campaign is horrible. I mean, he doesn't know what he's doing. Which is I don't know. A lot of this stuff just doesn't. It just blows my mind. So in March, Advid Signs 1,300, outdoor advertising 2,300, analytics and polling 1,500, WJLX radio 500. Is that Bishop's radio station? And then multiple Facebook. Okay, this makes more sense. This is the first list I read off. I don't know what that was. So I'm going to read this off. I think this is the total. Yeah, this is the, okay. That makes more sense. So John Drummond in all $11,000. Mike Owens in all $14,500. Ricky Wade, $8,000. Bishop Farm, $7,000. Jimmy Myers, $6,200. John Bruce, $1,500. Glendora, $15,000. Free State Boat Docks, $6,500. And himself, which is in-kind donations, himself has put in over $10,000. Again, we're talking about a man that makes, what, $80,000, $90,000 a year? That's a lot of money for somebody to donate to their own campaign that's making $90,000 a year. The most dominant expenditures, I mean, he has spent, for signs and billboards, he has spent 75% of his funds. Now that probably includes the political signs, campaign signs, and stuff too. So that's more understandable. But I still don't get that much on billboards. That's crazy. And just in April, so just in April alone of this year, he paid this analytics and polling out of Coleman, Alabama, $14,000. That's got to be who's running his campaign. Then it's the only thing that would make sense. But yeah, so the Drummonds have a big influence in Nick Smith with him because they're giving him a lot of money. Oh my goodness, Christy, yes, the guy he paid that he thought was Michael Orr, that was hilarious. He's probably watching this to see how many times somebody actually says his name. A narcissist like him, I would about guarantee you he watches all of my lives, as many as he can anyway. He may not watch them live, but he goes back and watches them. I guarantee you. I'm catching up on some comments, by the way. And again, if you're not following or subscribing, just depending on what platform you're on, I'd really appreciate that if you hit the follow button or subscribe button. And if you're not following me, if you're not subscribing on my YouTube channel, please go do that. We're trying to build that up. And again, you can find me on there under Agent D Baker. And that is also where you can watch all my full podcast. Yeah, Priscilla, we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. That's a good idea. And I'm going to do a full podcast on that probably tomorrow, either tomorrow or Monday. But Priscilla's asking to talk about the minors that were trafficked in a local hotel there, and what Nick Smith did with that's a whole sketchy, crazy story in itself. But yeah, we'll talk about that. But yeah, no, Nick Smith, he thinks he's perfect. He acts like that. And he acts like he's God. I mean, a lot of things he says, like he brags so much about how he takes some of the inmates to church. Let me explain something. Obviously, I'm not against inmates going to church. They all should. The fact that there is any place, any sheriff's office in this state that actually lets the inmates out and physically go to a church, that is crazy. That is such a huge liability and should never happen. I was a supervisor at a very large county jail. Two or three different churches would come there every Sunday and Wednesday nights and have church in the jail for the inmates. The way everybody that wanted to go, and still fully secure. And they will do that anywhere. There's probably not a county jail in this state that churches don't go to and do their sermons there, at least playing on video. When I found out he was actually physically letting them out to go to church, that blew my mind. You can't do that. You cannot do that. The amount of money that will end up costing the county in a lawsuit one day is not worth it. Worse than that one time that causes it to have to stop, when one of those inmates do harm someone, an innocent civilian, will not be worth it. You cannot take that chance. Your jail is the biggest liability as a sheriff anyway. Letting that is crazy to me. That has to stop. It has to stop. But he talks about that all the time. And he talks about how many people he has led to God. I've done this. I've led all these people to God. I've changed their life. It's all about him. Again, narcissist. But I mean, a legit narcissist. It's not surprising to me of how much contraband gets into the jail, considering you're letting inmates out every Sunday to go to church. Because that's another reason why you cannot do that and you should not. It's hard enough to keep contraband out as it is. Because inmates are sneaky. They're good. They know what they're doing. They have all day to sit up and think of these things. I remember it was a big joke with my staff when I was at the jail. Because I was excited about it, and then I realized I was extremely excited about breaking up a note. What did they call it? The note gang or something like that. So anyway, the females had figured out how to pass notes to the male inmates in one of the classrooms. And the way they were doing it is they would hide the notes, the handwritten notes, in the pencil sharpener. And anyway, I had one of the inmates that told me everything that was going on and was a good source of mine, told me about it. And I went in there and I found all these notes and I was excited about it. And I realized how my life had changed from being excited about seizing and kilos of drugs to some handwritten notes. But anyway, they're good at what they do. They have all the time in the world to sit around and think of these things. It's hard enough to keep contraband out as it's in its own. So it is not, I guarantee you, at least 50% of all contraband that makes its way into the Walker County Jail makes its way in there from these inmates going to church. I guarantee you that. And you may say, well, they can search them really good. Trust me, Walker County ain't searching them that good anyway. But still, they're good. I'm telling you, they can get contraband in every time they're out. That's why you can't just be letting them out like that. It's not legal. There's nothing legal about it. So the question was, how is it legal since they can only go to the church he goes to? It's not legal. I mean, there's numerous issues with it. And again, I'm not against them going to a church service. I'm all for that. But why can't Walker County do it like every single other freaking county jail in the state? Which somebody told me there is, I think, one other small sheriff's office that does it. I can't remember which one it was. But why? Especially when you have all the problems that he has. And you keep hearing from him, I'm only one person and I can't be everywhere at the same time. But you have time to go and get all these inmates out of jail, transport them to a church, watch them the whole time during church, and then transport them back. No, you don't. You're what I would call half-assing it. There's no way they're searching all of them that great when they come back. I'm telling you, that stuff's just not happening. And that's going to be how a lot of drugs get in there. Because I don't care if you're in jail for a traffic ticket or if you're in jail for taking somebody's life. If you're going to be in there for a while, well, first off, if you're an addict, you're going to do everything you can to try to figure out how to get your drugs inside there. And anyone that's been an addict will tell you that. So it doesn't matter what you're in jail for. What matters are these deadly drugs that are getting into your jail. And the way he does things makes it so much easier for that to happen. I don't know how. So the question is, do they pick and choose who gets to leave and attend church or just lets them all? I don't know how he does that. I mean, obviously he doesn't let them all go, but I don't know how you get selected. I guess your parents give some money to his campaign or something. I'm halfway joking, but that's probably not far from the truth. Violent offenders go? God, I hope not. I mean, I've seen him say they don't, but that you can't believe anything the man says, but I hope not. Well, you say it has to be nonviolent and petty crimes, but we're talking about, again, remember who we're talking about. He will purposely go against the law and the rules just to do that. So if someone tells him, hey, you can't do this, and you better not be letting violent criminals go, then I'm telling you how he is. He will literally go, I'll show you, and then he'll take somebody. I mean, I'm telling you, that's how he does. So again, I have no proof that he lets violent ones go. He says he doesn't. He has said that he doesn't. But again, I wouldn't put it past him. And again, if you tell him he can't do something, he is going to do it. Like he's like a 6-year-old. You say, don't touch that. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to run and touch it. That's him. Facebook, are y'all having some inside joke that I'm not aware of? What are y'all talking about? Somebody's donating paint and somebody's talking about a bumblebee? Y'all have me confused. Facts. I can agree. I'm an ex-addict, 8 years clean. Oh, awesome. Congratulations, Tina. That's awesome. Ain't gonna lie, your name looks familiar. Do you know me? Thank you, Christy. I'm a believer like the next person, but this is not okay. It puts everyone at risk, including the other inmates. Absolutely. No, you're exactly right. I mean, again, you can't do that. If you look around, if you look around and you go, I wonder why no other sheriff's office in this entire state is doing this. It's probably for a good reason. But again, Nick Smith looks around and sees that, and he says, well, I'm going to do it. Again, you would think he has never had any trouble in his jail. You would think he's never had lawsuits from there. But he's had tons. Okay, Tina. I sure do, but I'm grateful you changed my life. I don't know about that, but I thought your name looked familiar. Yeah, that would have been years ago. But that's awesome. I'm seriously, I'm proud of you that you're clean now. That's awesome. This is the first time I've ever heard of a sheriff doing this. I'm in my 34th year as police. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, it was one of those things which this has happened so many times to me with Walker County that someone told me something and I literally didn't believe them, and I just wrote it off as they're crazy, like that's not happening. And then I finally find out it is, because when somebody first told me, I swear I remember this conversation with somebody, the one of the first people that told me that he was letting them go to church. I said, no, you're confused. They have church inside the jail. So they may get out of their cell or their dorm to go to another dorm or cell in the jail, but they have it in there. Like they don't actually let them out. And then lo and behold, yes, he does. Like I could not believe it. That's awesome, Tina. Seriously. But again, you've probably also never heard of an agency, and obviously, I mean, definitely not a large agency, but they had, what did he say? They have 85 employees, and within the past year, over 30% of his entire agency has been federally indicted. Probably the first time you've heard that before, too. It's a first for me. Yeah, he lets them out of the jail. Like somebody said like a while ago, like Andy Griffith, like Mayberry. He lets them out of the jail on Sundays to go to his church. And then once church is over, they go back to jail. It's like on like one of the Andy Griffith episodes where he lets the inmate out to go plow his fields, and the mayor loses his mind. That's a good question. How can people elect him? That's a really good question. I truly, I mean, I hate to say this because I don't want to jinx it, but I truly don't. I think it's finally over for him. I don't think they're actually going to vote him in this time. I think he's done, but God help us if he's not. I mean, I don't know. The things that I'm telling. Obviously, I have a lot of friends still in law enforcement, and I'll be telling them something that's going on in Walker County, and again, they say exactly what I said in the beginning when I first started investigating Walker County, and they're like, "Man, there's no way that's happening. Like that's somebody's watched too many movies. That's not happening there." I'm telling you, there is nothing too crazy to happen there. There's been so many things that I have found that I now have proof of and seen the facts that have happened in that county that I would have never believed would happen anywhere. I mean, it is crazy. I mean, and that list is very long. I mean, I've literally been covering that county for almost a year now, nonstop. And every single week, there's something new. Sometimes every day. And I always, for a while, I was saying, well, this is going to be the craziest thing we hear. And this is going to be the worst thing that we hear out of there. And then no, I'll get proven wrong the next day. Kevin, no, absolutely not. No, I mean it's crazy. Again, it's crazy. Almost all law enforcement agencies are understaffed right now across the entire country. So, and Walker County Sheriff's Office is definitely understaffed. We hear him crying about it all the time because he blames it all on the pay. Not that anybody that actually was good and ethical and had morals left because they don't want to be part of a freaking criminal organization. It's the pay. But they're they're undermanned. They're understaffed badly. So again, doing something extra like this makes even less sense when you're understaffed like that. So just in going back to his campaign finances, so on May the 1st, he paid this his campaign paid this analytics and polling out of Coleman $20,000. Actually $20,700. Man, he is spending so much more money than the other candidates. In fact, I'll tell you how much the other candidates have as far as cash on hand. So, and this is as of last week, Jason Akins has $2,300 cash on hand. JC Poe, now he has a lot too. He has a decent amount too. He has 23,000, and Nick Smith has 30,000. And so through this entire campaign, Jason Akins has received $4,200. That's it. JC Poe has received 61,000. We're going to dig into his stuff next because there's somebody giving a crap ton of money to him. And Nick Smith has been given 32,000, but Nick Smith had 40-something thousand still on hand from his last campaign. So Nick Smith started with around 75,000 for this campaign. Because he spent, hold on. Nick Smith has spent $75,600 during this campaign period. And JC Poe has spent $44,000. And Jason Akins has spent $4,400. But this shows you there are a lot of people with money around there that will pay a lot of money to keep Nick Smith in office. That is very, very concerning. Very concerning. Monday night, I'm going to go back over the full contributions from this cycle with those individuals. I don't think what I read off earlier. I think it's a lot more. I don't know what happened, but somewhere with my accounting, I messed up somewhere, which is not surprising. I'm not an accountant. But because just in July of 25, the Nina Salu, again, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Definitely not the way I am. Gave one $5,000 donation, and John Drummond gave a $5,000 then. And again, that's just for 1 month. I think I know what I did. I think I accidentally just added up the year 2026. So I'll have to fix that, but I'll go back and again, we'll go over all that Monday night then. Yeah, so July of 25 that Nina Salou gave 5,000 and June she gave 10,000. So that's 15,000 just in 2 months for this woman is giving him a bunch of money. And I can't find anybody that knows anything on her. I've asked almost every one of my sources in Walker County and nobody knows where her money comes from. I know she has a house or has something in Florida. So I don't know, but there's something going on there. Yeah, JJ Jackson, he's given more than 1,200. I was off on that too. And I'll go through and add all these up and have the real numbers by Monday. But so far, you have an idea, a pretty good idea of who his big donors are, at least for now, for sure. Yeah, JJ's given quite a bit more, which again, and as I said earlier, it's possible he has another business or something, and so if he does, that would make more sense. If he doesn't, there's a lot of questions there. That Ricky Wade is given quite a bit too. Like I said, a lot more than I originally said. But yeah, if anyone knows anything about this Nina, whatever her last name is, please message me. Salu is pronounced like swallow, so it's like salo. Yeah, it sounds better than what I was saying. Look up Salu. Team, one of y'all take some notes. Look up Salu or Salo. See, I still can't say it right, even after you told me. Salo Family Foundation, and that's Soileau. Oh, thank y'all for the happy birthdays. I should be out celebrating. I am celebrating. What better way to celebrate than to call out corruption? Oh, Kevin, you're running this. You're running for sheriff now. I didn't realize that. Well, good luck. Yeah, I didn't realize you were running now. And you're running for, is it Hale County? Right? Yeah, so if I have any viewers that live in Hale County, make sure you vote for Kevin McDaniel for sheriff there. Okay, yeah, I kept seeing some Florida addresses for the Salus. It's a private foundation located in Green Cove Springs, Florida. It's run by trustees Nina, Benjamin, and Ebby Lewis. Yeah, we'll dig into that over the next few days and have some more information because I'm knowing how corrupt Nick Smith is. Someone given that much money, I would have to say speculate So this is speculation. It's not a fact. Speculation. They're corrupt and they're involved in that corruption somehow. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's very strange because again, they have given a lot of money, and I'll have the again I will have those final full numbers, and there'll probably be another report out by then too, by Monday hopefully. But we'll put all that together. I mean, again, anyone that was here in the beginning, the first hour, I gave you a full breakdown of what is going on in Walker County and more specifically with Nick Smith since he has been in office. So, again, why someone giving $40,000-$50,000 to that candidate, knowing everything they've done? Why would you even want your name attached to him? Now, somebody have to fill me in on the missing tower. I don't know that story. I do know the stroller story, but I don't know the missing tower one. Oh, and I want you to. Here's one thing. Everybody in Walker County knows who Nick Smith's more than likely who his biggest donor is. I mean, we've heard it from everybody. And then we know Charles Bishop is 100% all in on Nick Smith. He has literally said he's like a son to him. And we know how much money Charles Bishop has. So that's what I want to know. Who or how many of these people is Charles Bishop funneling the money through? Because I'm telling you, at least half of his contributions are coming from Charles Bishop. But he's putting them through some of these other people. That's what's happening. I mean, I've seen this before. So we're going to try to figure out who is doing that. Like which one of these, or again, it's probably more than one that are some of these larger donors, but is actually Charles Bishop's money. Brandy, I have no idea what you're talking about. Y'all have lost me. It's also crazy. I mean, it's not crazy because we're talking about Walker County, but it's up until about a year ago, possibly not even that long ago. Nick Smith had taken all of his social media down. The Walker County Sheriff's Office page was gone. He had first turned off all the comments, which you can't do that with a government platform page. You can't. Freedom of speech literally applies there. So I think what happened is he turned the comments off, and then somebody said, hey, you cannot do that. So then he just deleted their whole page. Again, we see this same thing. We see it with Karen Wheaton. Karen Wheaton, now she can because she's not a government entity. But Karen Wheaton has turned off her comments. Somebody that turns their comments off, you better watch them. They're so far, everyone I've known that has done that, they're guilty. So again, people are going to make it like me. People are going to make up crazy things about you. Just that's what they sit around and do. It's part of it. You got to deal with it. They're going to make up some of the craziest stories, and they're going to post crazy things on your page and on your post or whatever. It's just part of it. So when you turn your comments off, it's because you don't want people to see the truth. I mean, there's no way around that. No, there's a lot of people scared of him and scared of law enforcement in general there, and a lot of them have a really good reason to. I mean, I've had conversations with these people, and this is what I tell everyone. All the people that are scared of him and scared of the Walker County Sheriff's Office in general, I don't know if it's justified for them to be scared, but I'm telling you this, they are legit scared. It's not something they're just saying. I mean, I've had them, and I've said this before, I've had them break down and all out bawling, crying because they're so scared. A lot more than once. That's when I really started putting everything I had into, we have got to get this man out of office. You should not have to live in a county to where you're literally scared to death of your law enforcement. Because that's all you have to call. There is no one else. And I can't tell you how, this is so dangerous because I can't tell you how many people I have talked to that live in Walker County that have told me, no matter what, I would never call the sheriff's office. In the United States of America, there are people living like that. That should not happen. Your sheriff and your sheriff's office should make you feel safe, not the opposite. I mean, most of these people have to message on a fully secure app because, and myself included, we're afraid of the information they may get. So we don't talk about this stuff on Facebook Messenger or text messages because I wouldn't put it past them of hacking into our stuff and or writing a false search warrant to get the stuff. For instance, your Facebook messages, all that, you can write a subpoena and get all that stuff. So you need to understand that. So we don't talk about any of this sensitive stuff on those platforms because these people are legitimately, and again, some of them they have a good reason. But they are afraid. They are so afraid that if anyone found out they were telling me information, the information they were telling me, that their life would be in danger. And that is justified because look at how many people do just randomly come up missing and are never seen again in that county. And there's no investigation into it. And the amount of unsolved homicides that they don't investigate at all. They'll either write it up as they took their own life with zero evidence of that, or they just don't investigate it at all. Again, I always go back to the one. There's one where there's literally not even a picture of the crime scene. Nobody even took a picture of the crime scene. There's no evidence of that crime scene that exists at all. And a man lost his life. And then at least one where there's no autopsy. But now we know. For a while, I couldn't figure that out. Now we know that's Joey Vick. That's one of the things he has done. He has literally quite a few times now was supposed to send a body for an autopsy to DFS for an autopsy, and he just didn't do it. He sent them straight to the funeral home, and they were buried with no autopsy done when they're supposed to have been one. And that is Nick Smith's best friend. The Joey Vick thing, who is the county coroner, that's a whole other story. And I've been covering that too, because now we know there are tons of victims of Joey Vick's because he's a child predator. I mean, he's a predator in general. Some of them are adults. Like we have one that's spoken out publicly that was seeing him for marriage counseling because he was a minister. He was seeing them in his coroner's office for marriage counseling, and he assaulted her. And we know the ones that have now spoken out that are adults now that told us what he did to them when they were children. Nick Smith knows all of this and has literally, to this date, not investigated Joey Vick at all. He's okay with his best friend, the county coroner, being a child predator. No, zero investigation has gone into that. And in fact, when Joey Vick put out a lawsuit against one of his victims, who thankfully now is countersued, instead of Nick Smith going, I need to look into this, we need to investigate this because we have this 23-year-old that's saying when she was 14, he started abusing her and abused her for a long time. No, Nick Smith didn't say that. When Joey Vick filed the lawsuit, Nick Smith made a post that we've shown up here multiple times. He was happy. He was excited that through that lawsuit, they may be able to find out who some of the fake social media accounts were, who was behind some of them. And that goes back to what I was talking about a while ago. You have to be extremely careful on where you message somebody on because they will use that shit to try to get your messages and try to find out who you are if you're trying to be anonymous. They're using this lawsuit to try to subpoena social media companies to find out who's behind some fake accounts. I'm telling you, this is the craziest thing ever. All of this. It's again, there's a lot of things I talk about now that when I was first told, I wrote them off in the beginning and said it's not true. Like you watch too many movies, you blah blah whatever. Then I find out it is. All right, give me like 2 minutes. I need to take a little break. So I'll put up some commercials and I'll be right back. Hey guys, you all know how health conscious I am. I haven't had a single carbonated drink in over 20 years because I'm extremely careful about what I put into my body. So when I tell you I'm partnering with Dubby, you know it's the real deal. I will never partner with any brand that I don't use myself. Now, Dubby is zero sugar, jitter free, crash free, no artificial dyes or colors, none of that garbage. Just clean energy that actually tastes incredible. I've been drinking it every day and I'm genuinely impressed. If you want to upgrade your energy too, use my code agent D Baker for 10% off. Link in bio. Go be better with me. Before you open your door, pause. Did you check the back seat? Meet Clever Ellie, a simple, affordable plug-in that helps you build the life-saving habit of checking your back seat every single time you exit your vehicle. Just plug it into your car's 12-volt socket. When you turn off the engine, Clever Ellie plays a clear voice reminder to check your back seat. With 10 varied voice messages in different tones, your brain doesn't tune it out. It keeps the reminder in your conscious awareness so the habit sticks. That is the main difference between this device and any others that do this same thing. Clever Ellie works with all modern cars that have a standard 12-volt socket. If your car keeps power on after shutdown, like when the radio stays on, no problem. Every order includes an easy to install door sensor that triggers the reminder as soon as the driver's door opens. No 12-volt socket? They've got you. You can use the compact USB adapter. And yes, Cleverly doubles as a practical car charger with both USB A and USB C ports and ongoing improvements in charging speeds. Other systems can be expensive, complex, require professional installation. Clever Ellie focuses on human habit formation using varied voice prompts to enhance your memory, not replace it. There are no fees, no subscriptions ever. They are not for profit, dedicated to child safety and awareness. Even if your car already has a reminder, you can still benefit or gift Cleverly to grandparents or anyone without an ear vehicle. Plug in peace of mind, build the habit, protect what matters. Get Clever Ellie today at cleverellie.com and join our mission to prevent hot car incidents. Use discount code DEREK, DEREK, to receive a free USB charging cable. Just click on the link listed in the video description and get your Clever Ellie today. Make sure to use discount code DEREK, DEREK, at checkout. All right. I mean, Facebook is off the chain tonight with y'all's comments. You're having like your own little party over there. It's usually TikTok, but Facebook has came out way ahead. Why don't the prosecuting attorney direct state police to investigate the coroner? Hopefully that is happening now. Yeah, hopefully that is happening now. because a lot of this, well, people had been telling me for a long time that Joey Vick was a child predator, but I didn't have any like evidence of that. But I knew there was something to it because so many different people kept telling me that. Then we did have one victim speak out publicly, but again, that was just one at that time. But I believed her because her story. I mean, you could listen to her and she posted it all. It was too specific, and there's information in there she wouldn't have put out if she was making this up. But now, thankfully, she spoke out, and Joey Vick sued. He filed a lawsuit against her, and now she has countersued him. And since he filed a lawsuit against her, that was the wrong thing for him to do on so many levels. But they will do anything to intimidate people, and so they thought. I guarantee you, what they thought is, if we sue her, if we file a lawsuit, that will drop her. That will intimidate her, and also Facebook, y'all killing me. I can't even stay focused here. But that would intimidate her, and it will also keep all my other victims from speaking out to scare them. Well, thankfully, it did the opposite. When he sued her, a lot more other victims said, "Okay, this is enough." And now, I've personally spoken with, I'm not going to give a number, but an amount of alleged victims. Hold on. There, let's pull this up. We're going to go back to Thanks. Secrets True Crime podcast. Amber. She has made some very good post on, sounds like pretty much the same topic we were talking about tonight. So we're gonna, and somebody sent it to me, so we're gonna check it out and see. It looks very interesting. If you're not following Secrets True Crime podcast, you're missing out. Okay, here it is. She posted it in the comments. All right, let's. We're just gonna pull our page up. Get this set right quick. So let's see what Amber has pulled up here. Well, I can't read that hardly. It's very blurry. This must be a new report he's put out. Let me just pull that up. Bear with me for a second. Jesus, if he paid them that much just for that post, I may have should have been on his side. It's a joke, by the way. No, it's not that one. Let me see. I don't know. I can't find that one that she has up, but it was so blurry I couldn't hardly read it. Let me see if I can. See the date. Okay, see, yeah, so it's that. So that's the Coleman Daily, that analytics and polling. Yeah, I mean he has spent a bunch on them. Wow. Yeah, there's like 22,000. And then another 20,000. Yep. 40,000 just I can't read that data. It's too blurry. Oh, April. She's got it right there. I'm an idiot. April. Okay, yeah, so I've got that one. I'm telling there again, I have to say this is speculation on my part. So I'm speculating. There's there's some money laundering going through his campaign. Because I can't for the life of me figure out what all this analytics and polling business could be doing for him for as much money as he has spent on them. Like it's crazy. And he also they also kill me because this is from his wife. This is what the Coleman Daily posted on him today. And this is exactly what I've said about mainstream media. This is my problem with them. They are paid. They're paid off. And so if you pay them, they'll post whatever the hell you want them to. And this is a prime example. So they posted this, and I think this was today. May have been yesterday, but and for I know it's on a small screen for a lot of you, so I'll read it quickly. It says from Tabitha Smith, which is Nick Smith's wife. I'm sorry, Facebook keeps on my my ADD is kicking in here with these Facebook comments. You may have recently received a mass mail out or text from one of our opponents calling Nick a disgrace. Calling an individual a disgrace is simply uncalled for. Okay, Tabitha, we're not 12, 13 years old. I call him my husband. Actually, no, you don't, Tabitha, because we heard her give an entire campaign speech for him one night where she kept calling him sheriff, and it was very strange. Everybody remember that? It was very weird. My best friend, the father of my children, my helpmate, and a child of God. At the end of the day, when the election dust has settled, we are all going to have to answer to God on how we conducted ourselves during this election and how we treated people. Ain't no election, Jesus Christ. Ain't no election worth losing our salvation or integrity over. You are true. You are very correct on that, Mrs. Smith. You're talking to the wrong people, though. You need to turn around and tell that to your husband. God has the final say, and he will get all the glory, win or lose. But this is one of my, and I know this is same with a lot of you all, one of my biggest, one of the things that pisses me off so much about him and his wife is how they will stand behind that Bible nonstop. They will hide behind that Bible. Just like this BS post here. She knows what all her husband has done. She knows that. And the fact that she can still consciously make a post like this shows you who she really is. And it's nothing like she says, because she knows the amount of people's lives he has ruined. She knows the things he's done. And then this, we wonder why we have children being bullied, but they see how adults conduct themselves. Enough is enough. I'm not bullying you, Tabitha or Nick. I'm calling out the facts. I am making people aware of who you really are. That's not bullying. And this is the problem with the word bullying getting very overused in today's time. If it's not truly bullying, don't call it that. That gets on my nerves. When you do that, you're downplaying the instances that there's real bullying going on, especially with their children. But no, someone calling you, first off, your husband is a political candidate. He chose to be a political candidate. So first off, that's all part of being a political candidate. Everybody knows that. There are a lot of things very similar to what I do for a living now. And I know that. It's not all fun and games. My team can tell you some days are really rough for me. But I understand. I'm the one that made the choice to do this. Nobody's forcing me to. So I'm not going to get online and whine and cry about it and try to make people feel sorry for me. It's part of it. Grow up. And then this, Nick has said many times that he could have aired true dirty laundry on his opponents and called them names. But what good would that do? This always pisses me off when they say this, because the amount of personal dirty my God, the amount of personal dirty laundry I have on Nick Smith with straight facts, the proof, I have the proof, and I've never once called him out for any of it. If it's personal, I don't call it out. I only talk about and call out the illegal stuff. So the fact that he's acting like he's holding back, trust me, no one has as much dirty laundry as he does. They were talking about the baby stroller a while ago. There's a whole story to that. And there are a lot more. There are a lot more. Yeah, we're about to move to the ramp. I'm sorry. But Nick has said many times that he could have aired true dirty laundry on his opponents and called them names, but what good would that do? God called us to greater. He called Walker County to greater. Instead of fighting back with words, we have chosen to fight back with prayer. That's what you're doing because this is not prayer. I think you're very confused. I think you're as good as prayer at Perry Stone. If that cost us this election, then so be it. If God ain't in it, we don't want it. We pray for the Lord's will to be done on May the 19th. No, you don't. Look at the amount of money that your husband is spending on trying to win this campaign for a $90,000 a year job. Let me tell you, there is no way in hell I would be a sheriff of any county for $90,000. Because it is a lot of work. It is a huge headache. The stress it puts on you. It's not, that's crazy. We also pray that God opens eyes to see, ears to hear, and hearts to receive. I'm asking you to allow God to help you make a decision that will keep Walker County moving forward. We can't afford to go backwards. Throwing God into that, acting like God is the one saying that we need to elect, that you need to elect Nick Smith. There's so many issues with this. Trust me, one place that God probably wants no part of is politics. All right, anyway. All right, let's get on the ramp. Let's talk about the ramp. So, if you're not familiar with the ramp, I went over a little bit in the beginning, but if you weren't here, the ramp is its main campus is based out of Hamilton, Alabama. And it is a ministry disguised, it is a cult disguised as a ministry. And I do not throw the word, just like we're talking about bully, then I do not throw the word cult around just nonchalantly. If I didn't truly 100% believe this is a cult, I wouldn't be calling it that. I know a lot of people automatically assume and call large churches and ministries cults. Well, that's just not the truth. This is a cult in every way you look at it. And I can't say too much because, again, I'm very protective of people that I speak with in regards to these things. So I have to be careful. But I was contacted yesterday, or day before yesterday, or yesterday, by someone that has a family member that is in the college, in the Ramps fake college. And they are very concerned. And, this was heartbreaking to me. When this family member first stated they wanted to go to this fake college, they told them then, I don't have a good feeling about this. And they didn't know what it was. They just said it's one of those things, intuition things that is just, I don't know about this. There's something not right. But they went anyway. And they've been there for well, I'm not going to say a timeline again. I don't want to give away who it is. But they recently came back home to visit with this family member, and the family member said they are a completely different person. Like, they don't even recognize them. Their attitude is completely different. That there's like that you can tell something is obviously wrong, and it's just they don't know what to do, and they're about to lose their mind because they sat them down, they talked to them, they told them everything that, and the person just will not. It's falling on deaf ears. But they said what they sent there has now come back as a completely different thing, and not in a good way at all. And they asked me what can they do, and I don't have a good answer. As I've said, a lot of these people, as with any members of cults, they have to actually have some type of professional therapy to be able to get them to understand what's going on, because nobody that's in a cult realizes they're in a cult at the time. It's not till after, once they figure it out, or somebody makes them figure it out and they get away from it, then they realize, which is exactly what tons of previous members and staff members and students have come out now from the ramp. They will all tell you this is a cult. And so they don't know what to do. But this was just a heartbreaking conversation to have, because I can tell this is real lives. This is real people's lives. And this is affecting a lot of, it's not just affecting the cult members, it's affecting their families. And this person contacted a while back, contacted a leader in the cult, one of the higher ups, and expressed their concerns. And you know what they were told? Well, they're different because they have found Jesus. Now you need to come and find Jesus. That's what they told them. They immediately tried to recruit her. And when that happened, she really, it's like my God, this is bad. I have a feeling that's not going to be the last time I have that conversation with someone. These people, again, people in a cult don't walk around saying, I'm in a cult. It's so a very quick recap of the ramp and the main problems there. The leader and founder is Karen Wheaton, and her son-in-law, Samuel Bentley, who also was the CFO of the entire ministry organization cult, and the second in command of this cult, who was also one of the main preachers, publicly, he was forced to, don't get me wrong here, publicly admitted a few months ago that he had SA'd at least 2 minors. Now, since I have learned and I have the evidence, people have been saying this stuff about him and saying that he's a child predator for over 20 years. And that they've been telling Karen Wheaton for over 20 years, hey, he has problems. And she never did anything about it. Well, fortunately, I hate to even use that word, but this time, one of the victims was somebody that just wasn't going to go away. He messed with one that has a family that, and let me tell you, I truly don't know who it is. I don't know who this victim is. I don't know who their family is. I truly don't. So I'm about to tell you things that I've heard and then things that it's just obvious. But they come from a powerful family of some sort. And the victim told their family, and their family said, "Oh, hell no." And so they went, and when Karen had to hear from them, and she was pretty much told, "Hey, you're going to do something about this, or we're going to take the whole thing down." So then she goes to Samuel, and I know this is true. She goes to Samuel, and she says, "You're going to have to bite the bullet on this one. And you're going to come out, and you're going to say this, and you're going to say that. And we're going to put it all on you because to save the organization." And so he did. Now, his story and Karen's story is he started feeling really bad about it one day and just woke up with a conscience all of a sudden, decided he needed to tell. Now, everybody knows this bullshit. It's not what happened. We now know there are tons of victims throughout that 20 years. Tons. Not only him, I always want to show these POS excuses for humans faces when we talk about them. So this is Samuel Bentley, who has been in charge of, again, the preacher and one of the main speakers and leaders of this cult for a long time. And we now know, without a doubt, he's a child predator. Again, I know of at least, I think, around 8 victims that I know. I specifically know who the victims are and all that stuff. Obviously, I'm not going to name any of those because some of them are still minors, but they were all minors when it happened. But anyway, I know of at least 8. And then I know through my experience of dealing with this, as everyone else, when you see this, that's obviously not going to be all the victims. And there's more that's speaking out and going to be. Karen put out a statement right after he came out and said this stuff and said this was the first as soon as she heard this, she has put a stop to it, and they removed him from the organization and blah, blah, blah. Well, we now know that is 100% a lie. And Karen is still telling people that. She's still telling the members that, and they're believing her. But again, I have the receipt. I have the actual proof of this. She 100% knew about these types of allegations against Samuel Bentley at least 2 years ago. And how do we know that? Because she paid a family off. He had a victim then, and one of those victims told their family, thankfully, and their family went to them and said, "This is what happened. We're calling the police." And Karen said, "Oh, hold on. We can fix this." And she paid them off. And that's, again, I've seen that evidence. It's not hearsay. It's not rumor. And that was at least, and I'm not going to give the exact time. That was at least 2 years ago. We'll say that. Could have been 5 years ago, but at least 2 years ago. Get the point. I'm sure that's not the only one. But for her to say, "This is the first I heard," that's complete bullshit. Now, Here's where it gets even worse. We have him. And so, just to give you a full picture here, we know of at least 5 former or previous staff members that are child predators from the ramp. So this is systemic. This is part of their whole culture there. So Mr. Andrew High was in charge of their, I think they call them the Chosen, the dance team or something. He was in charge of children. He was in charge of some of the children's summer camps. So again, he was on staff at the ramp. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, he just wasn't at the ramp anymore. And it was very hush-hush. Nobody knew why he wasn't there. Nobody was saying anything. One day he wasn't there after he was there for a long time. So he left there and ends up at another ministry. And within 2 months, or it may have been a month. Be on the safe side, I'll say 2 months. I think it was within a month. But within 2 months of him being at the other ministry, he was caught being a child predator, doing things with a minor. And that ministry did the right thing and called the police. He was arrested. He has been since convicted and is literally sitting in prison right now. So, are we supposed to think that Andrew wasn't a child predator, and then he went to this other ministry and he woke up one morning and decided, hey, I'm going to be a child predator? No. We know that's not how it happens. He was a child predator when he was at the ramp. What happened is he continued to do things, and I guess he was a little more sloppier than Bentley, and it scared Karen, and so she made him leave. Instead of calling the police, doing the right thing, where she could have prevented the next victims that he had at the other ministry. And that's 100% blood on her hands, because she could have prevented that and should have. We also know there's a doctor that had his child that went to the ramp. And one summer, when Andrew was over one of the children's summer camps, Karen Wheaton herself, because apparently she's good friends with this doctor, herself told him, don't send your child to that camp with Andrew. We know that. This doctor has spoken out publicly about it. So, I mean, obviously, she knew. And still was putting him in charge of children. Just didn't want this. And I'll tell you why she didn't want the doctors that happened to the doctor's child, because she knew it wouldn't go over. She knew she wouldn't be able to pay him off, and she knew that they would go to the police and blow her whole operation up. So she just wanted to make sure it didn't happen to his child. She didn't care that it happened to other ones. I mean, this is sick stuff. Luckily, Andrew's in prison. Then we have Mr. Chase Cantrell, who was a pastor at the ramp. He was on staff at the ramp, but somehow was never caught at the ramp being a child predator. But he was also a teacher at a Winston County school and was caught, well, you see the headline here, engaging in an act with a student, and was arrested and convicted. And at that same time, he was still at the ramp. So again, are we supposed to pretend that he was only a child predator when he was at his school, but not when he was at the ramp? Well, no, that's ridiculous. And again, I don't have his name up there for some reason, but that's Chase Cantrell. Then we have this POS. Mr. Stephen Tyler Jordan, who goes by the name of Tyler, but when these allegations came out, he changed his social media name to Stephen, I guess thinking that would throw people off. And as of 2 weeks ago, he was still on staff at the ramp. Even though one of his victims has made an entire video telling the specifics of what happened to him one night, of what Stephen Tyler Jordan did to him. So Karen knows that allegation is out there and still keeping him on staff after all this other. Now, he hasn't been convicted of anything, but I have challenged him to sue me if I'm wrong, but that's not going to happen because I know I'm not wrong, because now I have personally talked to at least 2 other of his victims. And they've told me stories that they're not making them up. Things that I wish I didn't have to hear. He is a child predator. And she still is allowing him to be on staff. Stephen Tyler Jordan. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. I mean, other than, hold on, I've heard more stuff about. This is Mr. Bobby Cook. And I've heard more about him in the last few days. It just keeps getting worse with this creep. Mr. Bobby Cook here is a large donor to the ramp and Karen Wheaton. And I guess in return, she lets him do whatever he wants to. He also owned, now some people were saying that his restaurant is shut down. I've not verified that yet, but he owned a restaurant. But he's a big donor, and he knows that the students there, the college students at this fake college, he knows most of them starve. Because, oh yeah, one reason we know this is a cult is because if you're a college student there, again, this is a completely unaccredited college. It's not a real college. They charge, you have to pay $4,500 per semester to attend there. On top of that, you have to live in campus housing, which is old rundown rental houses. And the rent they charge them is 2 to 3 times higher than normal rent for those types of places in Hamilton. But they're forced to, they have to live in this campus housing. And then on top of that, every student is forced to put in 30 hours of manual labor, whether that be remodeling a building, painting, cutting grass, 30 hours per week, unpaid. It's not paid. That's part of them going to the college. They have to put in 30 hours of manual labor per week, each student. And if they don't put in the full 30 hours, they are fined. Again, completely unpaid. Now, so unless these students, and if you've never watched my podcast I did with Rodrigo Burgos, go check that out. You can find that, again, on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. He was a prior student, and he was a prior staff member, and he tells us all, and it's heartbreaking. It's terrible stuff, but it's stuff you need to hear to fully understand what is going on there. It's horrible. And I've heard this from tons of different previous students now. But if your family doesn't have money, you don't eat, because the ramp, they don't feed them. There's no meal plans or something. you don't eat. Because again, if you are a full-time college student going to classes and having to work 30 hours a week of manual labor, not much time to actually have any type of job. And something else I found out just in the last week or two, the students there are only allowed to eat, no matter if they use their own money or what, they are only allowed to eat at certain establishments in that city, in that town. So they can't just go anywhere and eat. I mean, listen to this. Tell me that this is not a cult. I went to a university. I went to college for 4.5 years, close to 5. Yeah, should have been 4, but at the University of Alabama. I could eat wherever I wanted. I mean, anybody that's actually been to a real college, none of this is how it works. But to tell you, because you're a student there, you're not allowed to eat you're only allowed to eat at certain establishments in the town. That's crazy. So anyway, back to Bobby Cook. He did own a restaurant. But the way he lures his victims in, he likes young boys. And he knows they starve. And so he will have these big cookouts at his house and invite a bunch of the students over there. And then towards the end of the day, the night, he will talk at least one of them into staying. And when everybody else leaves, he has his way with them. And he tells them, you better not tell anybody. This is between you and me. And if you tell anybody, I will find out because Karen will tell me because I'm one of her biggest donors. And it won't be good for you. And I have spoken to some of his victims. And this is a sick, insert whatever bad word you want to there. And again, Karen knows about these Karen knows who he is. She knows what he does. But she doesn't care because he gives her money. Well, there's no way to actually graduate from the college. I mean, there's no, it's completely unaccredited. The question was, do we know anyone who actually graduated from the college? I mean, there's no way to really graduate because it's completely unaccredited. It's worthless. And if you're not familiar, because when I first started hearing about this and I asked Rod in that podcast, I remember, because I was expecting him to say 20, 30, maybe 40 kids at the most. I was like, how many college students do they usually have there for a semester? On average, it's around 200. So around 200 people pay this per semester and go through all this stuff. And then they choose to stay. Because once they're there for a little bit, they're brainwashed. They're indoctrinated. They're there. And Karen will nickel and dime them to death. It's the only ministry I've ever heard of that sells everything. Like they've got their own clothing brand. They don't give anything away. Everything costs something. But this sick, Karen Wheaton is an evil, evil excuse for a human. I mean, I can't describe it any better. I can't lay this out any more clear for anyone. Why don't we have HOA laws that child predator can't buy into a neighborhood? Well, if you're in the state of Alabama, if your neighborhood's within 3 miles of a school, they can't live there. Fun fact about the city of Tuscaloosa: there's literally nowhere in the city of Tuscaloosa that's more than 3 miles away from a school. So there's nowhere that child predator can live in the city of Tuscaloosa. Anyway, Karen knows who he is. She knows what he does. So I think I got into all of that just telling you the backstory of everything. But this is it's a cult, and like I said, the culture. I mean, it has an all-out culture of doing whatever you want to kids. And I did a short podcast on it, and we showed it on the show one night. Just like last week or week before last, all of this, Karen Wheaton is in the middle of all of this, and she literally made a video begging people to bring their children to the college or to the summer camps there. If you know anyone that lets their children go to the ramp for anything, much less the summer camp, you need to do whatever you can to make sure they no longer send their children there. And this sucks to have to say it, but it is what it is. They also need to set their child down and have a rough talk with them and see if something has happened to them there, because there's a decent chance it has. Hold on, I'm just when he ran dollies, she's talking about Bobby. When he ran dollies, one of the young cooks beat his ass because he made unwanted advances. I think I maybe have heard that before, but yeah, no, I mean, again, I've heard the stories. He's. Be careful talking about the anointed of God. I'm 54 years old. I've been there before. Yeah, we get warned all the time. Yeah, yeah, it's not my place. I understand to judge who is God's anointed, but I very hard for me to believe that that's who he is anointed. Because, oh, by the way, Karen Wheaton claims she's a prophet. That doesn't sound like a cult, does it? She claims she's a prophet. And not only that, she declared Samuel Bentley to be a prophet. You know, the one that's been doing horrible things to children for over 20 years. Yeah, she declared he was a prophet. Well, I know Karen Wheaton is trying to liquidate a lot of stuff, because I do believe she knows the end is coming. I think she sees that. And she is trying to liquidate some of these buildings and stuff because they own a crap ton of properties. And I mean, one theory is she's liquidating to get the cash and then run. I think that's a possibility. She has been served with one lawsuit from one of the victims. And again, she's either been served with at least one more or another one is definitely coming in the very near future. I can't remember. I have so many different conversations with people about the stuff, but there's at least another one coming. I mean, there's going to be more, but I think she knows the end is coming. But again, that's one theory that she's going to take it and run. Or another theory that I've heard is she's liquidating so she can try her best to pay off as many victims and their families as possible before they go to police. So I don't know. Because they have a campus so Hamilton is their main campus, but they also have a campus in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and one in the UK. Oh, this is very well put, Helen. I'm going to read what Helen said. The online videos are exciting. Flesh and emotion is very enticing to any age group, but in particular the young and naive. And there is a soul desire for the Lord and Jesus Christ's name is invoked a lot. So it's not something that you become a part of and think, oh, I'm in a cult. We are under mind control. We're being used and manipulated. We are working for free and fined when we can't. There's no bulletin announcing this. It takes a bit of time and distance before the victim comes to a realization that something was instant wrong. Invoking Jesus' name is nothing but a ploy to win trust, and then it is easy to exploit. You must know the word of God for yourself. Discernment is critical. Critical thinking is essential. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that last thing you said, critical thinking is essential. Our public schools teach our kids to not be critical thinkers. And that's sad. Because that is one of the most important life skills we'll ever have. But understand, the school your child is going to, especially if they go to a public school, they're not being taught. They're being taught not to be a critical thinker. So it's your job as a parent to teach them how to be a critical thinker. But no, that's very well said, Helen. Very well put. Because you're exactly right. I mean, they're brainwashing them. And again, I've said this a bunch. Karen Wheaton is a great communicator. She knows how to communicate. She is a great leader. She just chooses to use it in evil ways. But she is a master manipulator. And as I've said numerous times, if you were a victim of hers, if you did fall into that trap for a while, don't feel stupid. That's not your fault. She is good at what she does. And just like, she uses all the things that Karen was just talking about. That Helen was just talking about. If you know how to manipulate, if you really understand that, it's not hard to do. And Karen is a pro at it. I've pointed a lot of the stuff out about how she uses communication and some of the techniques she uses on her videos. I've pointed it out. She knows what she's doing. And she's a hell of an actress too. But she will do, the most important thing to her is herself and money. And that's all she cares about, those two things. We were told that if it weren't for her bringing them here, has made revenue for this town. I think I know what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's not been good for that town, no matter how they want to try to spin it. I mean, I've talked to numerous people that live there. No one to date, I've yet to talk to anyone that lives in or around there that's not a member of the ramp that likes it. They immediately call it a cult. They know what it is. They hate it. They don't want it there. They want it gone. So this is not something that the locals like. They don't want it there. They want it gone. And if she's done anything, she's ran the town down. She has bought up all these. Oh, this is gonna be good. Hold on one second. Look, so Dr. D's is right now actively commenting on. So we're gonna switch lanes here for just a second. This is what my team was calling out. Dr. D's is right now commenting on my video that I made about him. He's obviously, I mean, I knew he was ignorant anyway. He's obviously too stupid to actually watch the video, and he's just on here commenting because he keeps commenting this 1,000 arrests and 1 conviction. I literally explained that. Am I crazy? Did I lose my mind? Or did I not literally explain that in the video I made? So, Mr. D's, you don't understand how the system works. That's why you think it's 1 conviction. Do you not have anyone on your team that can advise you on how this works so you don't look like such an idiot? You are talking about convictions that you found in Alicourt. Everything that goes through the federal system, none of that is going to be in Alicourt, you idiot. So most of these convictions are through the federal system. So they're not going to be you're looking at Alicourt. You're just looking at Alicourt, you idiot. Jared Hudson literally works on a federal task force. Therefore, most of the cases are going to go through the federal system, not through the state. Yeah, the arrest is probably in Alicourt. Because let me explain to you how this works, because I did it myself. The arrest is through the state. The initial arrest, you charge them on state charges. And you put them in jail. Then you get your entire investigative pack together and you take that to a assistant U.S. attorney. And they look at it. And if it's a solid case, then they take it. And then the person gets federally indicted and then federally convicted and then sent to federal prison. None of that is going to be in Alicourt. You saying that there's been 1,000 arrests and 1 conviction, that's one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard. Like, you were talking about stuff you have no clue what you're talking about. And you're making yourself look so stupid on top of you obviously are advocating for child predators. You're against child predators being arrested, dude. Please explain that to me. And you're not a lawyer. You don't know anything about how the system works. That's obvious. But you're claiming that it's entrapment. It's not entrapment, dude. You don't think it should be illegal is the problem. I know you're kind. I know you're kind. You don't think it should be illegal. You think adults should be able to do what they want to with children. He says, I find corruption and I'm damn good at it. You're so ignorant, dude. You need to stay out of the criminal law stuff because you don't know what you're talking about. And if you were fired as a cardiologist for being a whistleblower, why has no one else hired you? Answer that question, Mr. Deese. Is every hospital in the country on board with Emory or whatever the hospital was? We're not stupid, dude. You went through 10 years of school to be a doctor, and now you've decided you just don't want to be a doctor anymore? My guess is because you can't. My guess is because no one else will hire you. Because what are you doing right now? You literally got fired, and then right after you got fired, you moved to Alabama and then said, you know what? I'm going to run for Senate. You're not going to win anyway because I'd literally never – listen to me, dude. I had literally never even heard your name before this morning. And I keep up with politics pretty good. He says, I don't understand the medical field. I don't pretend to understand the medical field. When did I pretend to understand the medical field? You are trying to protect child predators, dude. Listen, you're an expert in the medical field. I'm an expert in this shit we're talking about. You're the one over here pretending you're an expert in my field. Not the other way around. I'm not pretending to be an expert in the medical field. I was a licensed EMT. I went through EMT school. That's all of my medical training there in the medical field. So far from an expert, nor do I claim to be an expert in the medical field. He is. I mean, he is. He was responding. This guy's an idiot. This is another Nick Smith. Let me tell you something. It's stupid to get on social media and try and comment to all these comments like, dude, you're an idiot. Okay, so he's pulled. We got to look at this story. He's apparently pulled one story from Florida to prove his point. That doesn't prove your point, dude. All right. I know this is some of you are done with this and don't want to hear any much more about it, but I do. So we're going to entertain this idiot for a minute. So I do apologize for those of you that are not interested in this, but I wish he would if he would just watch the video instead of just commenting. It would do him some good, but there are a lot of ignorant people out there, and maybe you watch the video and he just can't hear well. I don't know. Maybe he can't comprehend good. I don't know. Then Deborah Culpepper, done with you. Jared is a POS, sold out to Israel. That's the most. My God, you people, you're ignorant. These may not be any better, but lying doesn't help your stance. And all the other crap is irrelevant now. So I responded to Deborah, don't let the door hit you on your way out. What is it that my friend Katie Hall always says? You don't have to, what is it? You don't have to announce your departure. Oh, yeah, I'm going to pull that too. I will never apologize for standing against child predators. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you have a problem with that, then you are following the wrong person. Excuse my language. But it's something I take pretty serious. I apologize, Katie. That's Katie Hall. I stole your comment, your quote. It's kind of sad that I mean he legit doesn't understand how stupid he sounds by saying this 1,000 arrests in one conviction. He doesn't even don't even click to him how freaking dumb that sounds to him because he doesn't know anything about this lane. But I just it's hard for me to believe somebody up and decides one day they're hey, I'm not going to be a doctor anymore, and then they don't do anything. Like they're just unemployed. Very hard for me to believe. Yeah, so he thought, well, I'll just run for Senate. Here he is. I said he was fired. That's a fact. And his response to that is, I don't think you understand the medical field, bud. I don't know what being fired has to do with the medical field. That's pretty much a common thing across any fields. I will always be a cardiac surgeon. You can't take that education away. If you don't, if you lose your medical license, you won't be, dude. I do understand that. I've arrested doctors that we had their medical license taken away. The litigation will pass, and I will be able to choose my path. Not Emory, and certainly not you. Why can't you choose your path now, dude? If you got fired for being a whistleblower, why wouldn't a good hospital somewhere hire you? Let's see what this. He keeps posting this one story here. So he's I'm guessing found one case where there was entrapment, and now he's trying to say that everything Jared Hudson does is that. Again, this is out of Florida. Oh my God, this is dude, you need to go home. Y'all, I'm about to read you this story he posted. Dude, you are way more of an idiot than I thought. Jesus Christ, man. This is the story you're going to try to use as an example? Oh my God, dude. You talk about my mind is blown right now that this here, let me pull this up for y'all. This is no exaggeration. Wait till I read this to you. My God, dude. You are so stupid. I mean, there's nowhere else way else. Right? It's scary that you were a doctor. My God, dude. Oh my God. This is a straight up freaking pedophile. I've never in my life. Man, some of the people in this world are so freaking stupid. There's no other way to put it. I mean, I can't believe this is the story that. My God, dude. Okay. Policing the police. Did Sarasota sheriff go too far on undercover sting? A 62-year-old, let me see if I'll make it bigger. A 62-year-old soon-to-be grandfather is not alive following a controversial undercover operation. Wait till I read you the story. It's nothing controversial about it. By the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, a sting designed to target child predators, but one that instead targeted men looking to meet other adults on adult websites. Yeah, that's not what happened, though. That's the problem. Hamed Keshmaran committed the S word less than 24 hours after bonding out on charges related to his conversations about S with an undercover deputy who claimed to be a 14-year-old prostitute. The chats began on a hookup site, skipthegames.com, where Kreshman responded to an ad that appeared to be for an adult escort. Hey, idiot, D's, that's illegal too. Law enforcement works those things too. So either way, the dude was doing something illegal. Like, you need to get an advisor because you are ruining any chance you ever had at doing anything, dude. You are showing us how freaking stupid you are. This gets way worse. The chats began on the hookup site where he responded to an ad for an adult escort. Again, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but is this not illegal in the state of Florida? I'm pretty sure it is. But because let me tell you something. Even if it was an adult, it was probably an adult that was being trafficked. That's why we target these people too. I've sat down across the table from some of these girls. It's horrible what they do to them. It's called human trafficking. Oh, this guy's, you're a fuck. I'm going to try to calm myself down for a second. It is scary that this guy was ever a doctor. All right. But detectives with the Sarasota Sheriff's Office changed the woman's age to that of a 14-year-old after the conversation about S began. Yeah, that's what they do. Keshmaran, a single man whose two adult daughters say he was battling depression and loneliness. We don't give a shit. Go find a woman that you don't pay for it. That's not being trafficked. Continued the conversation with the woman he thought wanted to have S with him. This is literally the definition of human trafficking right here, this next sentence. Deputies went as far as to put a man on the phone with Kreshman, claiming to be the girl's father giving him permission for the encounter. So are we still trying to claim Hamid didn't know it was a minor? Again, there's nothing controversial about this. Dude, you are a freaking idiot, and you have no place in this. I want you out of my state. There is no doubt in my mind what you do. There's no doubt in my mind who you are. Back to what I said, and you just made my point even more. You don't think this stuff should be illegal. You're sitting right here, and this is the story you keep posting to prove your point. You're saying what this man done shouldn't be illegal. I have a big problem with you. You need to get your ass out of the state of Alabama. You need to go somewhere else. I will not stop investigating you till we send your ass to prison. I guarantee you, you are guilty of this stuff. I guarantee you that's why you're taking up for it so much. The fact that this is not illegal to you is the main number one problem we have in this country right now with this stuff. I cannot believe this is the story he's trying to use as an example. God, dude, this back my original point. You shouldn't have came on my comments saying stupid shit, because now you have dug yourself into a bigger hole. And this is going to be right now you're starring on my next podcast. And we're going to dig into everything. And we're going to call, and we may even go to Emory Hospital. And we're going to talk to people. I'm going to find out everything about you. Because now, not only do I not want you as a senator, but I want your ass in prison. My God, dude, the fact that you don't think this should be illegal, what this guy done. Katie, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You gotta give me more context. Man, this freaking guy, I mean, he is exactly, man, I'll tell you what. This guy right here is exactly why they were trying to keep the Epstein files from you. Because there's a lot of them that think and feel exactly like this Dr. Dees. That they don't think this shit, that this POS that I'm glad is no longer on this earth. Let me make that clear. I don't care that he was depressed. He was trying to pay to sleep with this man's daughter. I'm glad he's no longer on this earth. If I wasn't clear about that. I don't feel sorry for his daughters. And they have an issue even trying to take up for him doing this. Let me try to get on through this article. Keshmarin, a single man whose 2 adult daughters say he was battling depression and loneliness, continued the conversation with the woman he thought wanted to have S with him. Yeah, for money. Let's keep that in mind, too. Deputies went as far as to put the man on the phone with Keshmarin, claiming to be the girl's father, giving permission for the encounter. Boy, if they didn't have the case sealed up then, they do now, because you can't deny you didn't know it was a minor. Well, her dad gave me permission. Oh, that's supposed to be okay. No, that is literally the freaking definition of human trafficking. Literally. If you sell your child for that, you human trafficked. That's what it is. You are exactly you are freaking one of Epstein's boys, Dr. Dees. You come from the same line, and you're proving yourself now. Of all the cases that you could try to get to prove your point, I don't think you could have picked a worse one. My mind is blown that this is I was expecting something to be kind of legit entrapment of some story you found trying to make your point. Hell no. You have just proved to us who you are. You're a sick fucking bastard. Do you know that? That's probably why you're not a doctor anymore. Because I'm not buying your whistleblower bullshit anymore. I have a feeling there's a lot more to it. Because if this is if you think this shouldn't be illegal, what did you do to some of your patients? All right, I'll probably going to try to get through this article. Keshmarin ultimately agreed to meet up with the girl. No, not girl, with the child. Again, he cannot deny in any way whatsoever that this was a child he agreed to meet up with to pay money to her father so he could have sex with her. Oh, and it was on his birthday, too. He was going to have a hell of a birthday present with a child. I do have another good friend that's the expert of experts in this that I will be sending all of this shit to tomorrow. You may know him. He goes by the name of Chris Hansen. He ultimately agreed to meet up with the girl on Thursday, September 19th, his birthday. He was arrested upon arrival. Thank God it wasn't a real minor. Spending 2 nights in jail because Keshmarin's family says the sheriff's office denied him a phone call and kept his arrest out of the computer system while they continued to hunt other men. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's part of, dude, you were caught being a child predator. Plain and simple. This is in no way entrapment. No, like this article says controversial. There's nothing controversial about this. This is one of the, my God, you couldn't have a better open and shut case than this. A friend finally bonded Keshmarin out on Saturday morning, September 21st. It's believed he took his life later that night. You know what? Do you know how many of these people, once they're caught, take their life? A lot of them. It's a very large percentage. We call that a self-correcting problem. That's what we call that. Yes, Haley, unfortunately. He says the police violated this guy's rights and entrapped him. Again, there's nothing. This is the furthest thing from entrapment. I guarantee you I could find a story out there somewhere where some law enforcement agency probably did do some entrapment or something on this. Not this one. I'm almost to the point where I think somebody's playing this is a big trick on me for my birthday or something, and none of this shit is real. Like this Dr. D's was made up, and y'all sent it to me, and it wasn't even real. And that, like, this can't be real. This can't be a guy that was literally a doctor and is now running for Senate in the state of Alabama. This can't be. Just hours before he was set to attend the Sunday baby shower for what would have been his first grandchild. Thank God he's no longer alive for his grandchild, because guess what? They would have become his next victims. This is a child predator. My dad's not a, I can't say that word, so I have to say child predator. Yes, he is. But he didn't have the money to fight it. It doesn't matter if he didn't have money. He's a child predator. He lost everything in the Great Recession. Good for him. His business and his home. Well, this is, you know what? The more I think about it, this is a good excuse why you should go pay a man money to sleep with his daughter, his minor daughter. Yeah, this is a good excuse for that. Don't you, anybody else agree? I mean, this poor guy, my God. I mean, he's the victim, not the children. I mean, this guy's the victim. He was just getting his new life together. He had a new business, a new house, a new truck, and they entrapped him. Again, the fact that this pisses me off so much that anybody would even call this entrapment. This is what is wrong with our country. This is why so many children are getting hurt. This right here. This is a prime example. And this freaking idiot that is trying to take up for this guy is running for senator. The way I know his kind, I highly doubt he was fired because he was standing against corruption. Dude, I'm just going to call it, dude, that's bullshit. I have a good feeling that there's a much bigger reason that you're no longer a doctor. Five days after Corinne Krishman took his life, Sarasota Sheriff Tom Knight forwent his typical posting press conference where he might face reporter questions, instead releasing information. That would be one that I would not miss if I was the sheriff, and I would say exactly what I'm freaking saying right now. So a child predator took his own life. Again, we call that a self-correcting problem. Problem solved. Good for him. Instead, releasing information about the operation and the 23 men arrested. So they took down 23 child predators. And Mr. Dr. D's has a big problem with this. This is the sheriff's quote, I wish I could say these operations were no longer needed, but time and time again, even after we make dozens of arrests, these men keep coming back for more. He's exactly right, unfortunately. What Knight didn't say was that the men many of whom traveled long distances. Yeah, they'll travel. Might not have ever come to Sarasota had deputies not convinced them to. They were pretending to be a child. Am I just literally completely losing my mind? Or is this as bad as it sounds? That's the deputy's jobs to lure them there. Thank God it wasn't a real child. It's also likely many of them who were looking to talk to other adults on legal adult dating sites. First off, it doesn't matter if it's a legal site, paying for it is illegal, at least in the state of Alabama and the state of Florida. Adult dating sites and apps such as Bumble, Grindr, and Plenty of Fish would never have considered talking to underage teens had deputies not suggested it. Again, let me tell you what somebody that's not a child predator would do when they find out they're talking to a child. Anybody want to guess? They're going to stop communication immediately. That's what someone that's not a child predator. Hey, let me tell you something, Deez, and you don't understand this because you're a child predator. And I'm about to prove my point in that. This is how I know that Deez is a child predator. Maybe he's not had a victim yet, but trust me, he is a child predator. Because in his mind, now I want y'all to really think about this, and this is just a fact. In his mind, he is putting himself in these guys' situation. And he's like, well, if I was on there looking for that and they got me riled up and then they told me they were a kid, I mean, I'm already in for it. I mean, and I'm already getting excited. I mean, I'm still going to go. Think about that. That's what Deez is saying. No, Deez. Someone that's not a child predator would never, let me say this as loud and as clear as I can. Someone that's not a child predator would never, ever, ever do that under no circumstance. That's the difference between you and I. And yes, you will be the star of my next podcast because I'm putting all this out there tomorrow. Hold on, let me do something right quick. We got to preserve some evidence here. I don't care, TikTok. TikTok's banning us. I figured that was coming. Whatever. Yeah, I don't care. I you, my God, you can't make this stuff up. This is horrible. He has posted this. We're about to look. He has posted this article under almost every comment on my post. That's how much he believes in this. I didn't even have a full file saved for him. Now I got to start a whole file on this guy because, yeah. If I have anything to do with it, you'll never have any professional career, at least in this state, and hopefully none others. And this guy has convinced people that he fights corruption. Seriously, that's freaking scary that he's convinced people of that. Team, somebody y'all please tell me y'all got screenshots. I think he already deleted all of them. I should have screenshotted them before I started proving my point. No, okay, he hasn't. Never mind. I mean, he has posted this so many times. Like this is, I don't know. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again. I'm pissed and I'm fired up. I'm sorry. I did again. This is just one. I cannot believe this is happening. I truly cannot believe that this is happening. Yeah, D's. Anybody with any sense? Once I do this next podcast on you, they're definitely going to know who you are because, dude, my God, man, I can't believe you have done this. Honestly, we are seeing it though live. I mean, firsthand. When people say how do we have so many child predators? How do they get away with it? We're seeing it right now because we have a lot of people just like these that is in our legislatures. And that should scare the shit out of anybody. And he can't use the excuse I posted the wrong link to the wrong story. No, he's posted this same freaking Lincoln story at least 6 times now. It's honestly it's so disappointing and it is horrible that we have grown men out there that think like he does. It's scary. It's God help you if you ever mess with my daughter. This is just sickening. It's sickening. It is sickening that they don't understand and comprehend that a normal man that's not a child predator could be talking to someone for 2 weeks that they think's an adult. And then if that adult tells them, hey, by the way, I'm only 15, I'm only 14, guess what a normal man is going to do? That conversation is over and will never go any further ever again. Under no circumstance. Like, do all of y'all understand that? And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. These operations, they have to make sure that the suspect knows for a fact that he is talking to a minor. Like they make it very, very clear, and the person has to acknowledge that they know that. And once they do that and they continue any explicit conversation, they've broken the law and they are a child predator. And we have this grown man that is a medical doctor that is running for senator that doesn't comprehend that. And again, the reason he doesn't is because that's not how he would do. He puts we are going to put ourselves in these people's shoes, and we're going to say, well, how would I feel with that? And he has done that with this guy, and he's like, oh man, anybody'd fall for that. No, dude, they wouldn't. And the story you chose to prove your point it goes even further and is worse, because they had him talk to a man who he believed was the child's father, who gave him permission to sleep with his minor child. This, what was his name? Hamid. Yeah, Hamid, however you say that, did not deserve to be on this earth. And thank God he is not anymore. Anyone that thinks like Hamid, anyone that says Hamid was entrapped and they feel sorry for Hamid, they don't need to be on this earth either. We have had enough of this. So, Mr. Dees, you are a sick, sick fucking bastard. And you don't even realize it because you don't see a problem with it. This is not entrapment, dude. They told the man that they were a 14-year-old girl. And then had another undercover pretend to be the 14-year-old girl's dad and talk to him on the phone and say, yeah, I'm giving you permission to sleep with my daughter, my 14-year-old daughter. You are so much worse than I even realized. I underestimated you, that's for sure. Because now we know for a fact there is no question about who you are. You feel sorry for this guy that was going to go pay another grown man to sleep with that grown man's 14-year-old daughter. And how old was this creep? 62 years old? This is the stuff I can't hardly handle. This is the stuff that, man. This is unbelievable. And TikTok's trying to ban us. You can't make this up. Saying we are bullying him. I kid you not. You can't make this up. All right. I'm going. If I don't, I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble. Deez, you need to withdraw from the race and you need to go on somewhere else. You need to get completely off social media. Because I'm not going to stop with you. I'm not going to stop with you until everybody, at least in the state of Alabama, knows who you are. Because no one better have their children around this guy. No one. Good God, I didn't even make it through the article. I thought I did. They should be targeting people who are targeting unsuspecting young girls. Whoever wrote this article was a child predator too. I promise you that. Most of the men arrested have no real criminal history. No shit. Yes, that literally fits the profile of a child predator. and suffer from behavioral or emotional disorders that make them more likely to continue conversations with what they believe to be a young girl showing romantic interest. Do I need to convince anyone else that these are people that don't think this should be illegal? That they think these men are victims and not the children? Oh, and we're supposed to believe Hamid, he had never had a child victim before. Bullshit. His daughters were probably his first victims. I wouldn't doubt that at all. He didn't decide to be a child predator at 62 years old. I promise you that. Yes, this says since then it's believed that at least half a dozen men have taken their own lives following similar stings by law enforcement agencies. Yes, they're not, again, that's yes, a lot of child predators when they're finally caught, they're cowards, obviously, and they take their own life. My child's mother does these investigations, and she had one time they went through court through a jury trial, and he was convicted. And as soon as the judge told him he was guilty, they found out he was convicted. He had a cyanide pill in his pocket, and he took it and took his own life. You can look that up. It happened here in Tuscaloosa County about, I don't know, around 2015. I don't know, give or take a couple years. That's what they do because they're cowards. So, yeah, and plus they know what will happen to them in prison. This is so discouraging to me that this many people think like this, like whoever wrote this article, some of the people they quoted in it, and this Dees. This is exactly why you have these groups, these vigilante groups out doing this. Now they're trying to ban me for mental health. I don't care, TikTok. I hate you, TikTok. You're a horrible platform. I've written you numerous emails about it, and you don't care. All right. I appreciate everybody. This went on forever. I hope you enjoyed it. It didn't turn out the way I thought it would. Because I would have rather not had to talk about this stuff tonight, honestly. It's going to keep me up. But we have to. We have to make more people aware and parents aware that these guys are everywhere, including your doctors, They're everywhere. And they don't think it should be illegal. And if I remember right, Dees has children. So we need to definitely make sure his wife truly knows who she's married to. Because obviously, I mean, think about this. He has obviously he would not have a problem if a grown man did this with his child. I mean, y'all realize that? He would blame it on the child. All right. I'll see y'all back Monday night, 8 p.m. Central. Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real-world experience in high-stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and now increasingly online. Before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue, do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised.